large booster like this coming into operation.
For sure, and I think it's sort of an interesting microeconomic question to ask: how many different transport to LEO services, or let's say heavy launch providers, do we actually need in order to keep that market competitive? And is that a long-term source of profit, or is that sort of, as with, frankly, civilian air transport, a case where profit margins are driven to zero? It's just a transport, it's just a dumb pass-through, and all of the profit is in LEO with data centers or orbital Hiltons or something like that.
It's Boeing and Airbus. I mean,
yeah,
capturing 90%.
Except Europe isn't in this story.
Yeah, Europe is not. I mean, they, listen, they kind of tried, but they went all school all the way. And China still has not gotten to, reusability yet. They're also trying, having some failures along the way. All right, Alex, this is a fun story that you and I talk about on text all the time. The UFO, UAP disclosures that are coming. I'll play these two videos and then let's discuss it. All right, the first one, President Trump on UFO declassification.
I recently directed the Secretary of War to begin releasing government files relating to UFOs and unexplained aerial.
News media and the White House.
10 missing scientists with access to classified stuff, nuclear material, aerospace. They've all gone missing or turned up dead in the last couple months. Based on what you've been...
Window of discourse now. I chat with friends of mine who are in charge of the relevant hyperscalers and the government clouds who are actually in the process of carrying out the president's historic UAP directive to declassify files on top secret government networks that are connected with disclosure, his now historic executive order regarding UAP disclosure. And as far as I can tell, this is all in process. And I'm hearing stories from my friends at the hyperscalers about how UAP disclosure in connection with the president's executive order is scheduled to conclude no later than January of 2027.
So Alex,
I think,
question.
Yeah.
This has been discussed, like Project Blue Book. There have been a number of presidents over the past that have talked about disclosure, and stuff comes out that's, just blanked and not actually earth-shaking. Are we going to finally see some earth-shaking information here? I agree with your point, by the way, that this could be disclosed. UFOs on the White House lawn, alien, body autopsies, and people saying, okay, what was the sports score last night?
Exactly.
But here's the other point I want to ask. We saw this in Age of Disclosure. I love that documentary. I urge people to go and watch it. It's worth your while. A lot of very high-ranking, generals, admirals speaking about what they've heard, what they've seen. But we also know that a lot of this was taken out of the government and put down into private companies to avoid FOIA. And this is now being apparently managed by private contractors that, are resistant to disclosure. Any thoughts around that?
Yeah, I will say, and I made similar comments when last we were discussing
That's interesting.
The documentary Age of Disclosure.
My question is, why would someone be hesitant for disclosure of non-human intelligence? Like, what would be their gain for being opposed to it? I'm very curious as to why someone in the private sector would be opposed to UAP declassification. I'm very curious about that. Like, why would someone at Lockheed Martin or, Northrop Grumman or whatever the fucking aerospace defense contractor is, why would they be against disclosure? That's the part I'm curious about. What incentive, what motivation do they have to be against the truth, whatever that truth might be? And this sort of idea that, you hear this from people in government where they talk about the people in a very general way. And they're just like, well, the people, the American people and the people. It's like, who are you speaking for? Because I know you're not speaking for me. I know you're not speaking for me. Because I want to know. I'm the type of motherfucker that I really want to know. I want to know about UAPs and UFOs and shit like that. I want to know if we've recovered crashed aircraft and we recovered bodies. Like, why is that beyond my, why should I not want to know that? And a lot of people say, well, it don't matter. You still got to pay bills here. That's true. Still want to know. Still want to know. And the question is like, okay, why would you not want me to go? No, why would you not want me to have that information? Of what detriment is it to you that I know that we aren't alone in the universe? That's the real question. Who feels that it is not in humanity's best interest to know these things? To know in the way that they know. See, they know. And so the question is like, if they're able to know, what separates them from me? What separates them from us? What separates them from the average rank and file taxpayer who pays for that shit? So we're good enough to pay for it, but we're not good enough to know about it. Why? See, I've always thought about this, about the world, right? About once you sort of understand who runs the world and how the world is run, most shit makes sense. Most shit makes sense. If you can look at the world as it is and understand why the tools that are used are the most effective. Ben Lawrence, May Olson, Biddy Love, Sean P. How you doing? How you doing? Well, that's the thing. I don't think the government is in control of that control mechanism. I think it's something that supersedes governments. I think what I'm talking about is something that, you know, governments are still accessible by the people. What I'm talking about is not accessible by the people. There is no there from here. You're either born on that side and have access to that side, or you're not. And there's no way to get from this side to that side. That's what I believe is going on. And so when we look at who has the power on the planet and why, I think all roads lead to leverage. And who has the ability to act on that leverage? That's where I think the conversations need to be had. Because we can tell it ain't presidents. Presidents don't have the ability. You know, Congress obviously doesn't have the ability. The Senate, kings, queens, fucking prime ministers, supreme leaders. It don't matter who and what you are. There is still a group of people that can decide whether you are allowed to know, whether you are alone in reality as an intellectual species or not. And you know me, turn the O2 into a O3. Without 40 Ollie, there'd be no me. Imagine if I never met the broskies. Who do I think holds the real power? Well, it's the people who have the ability to have leverage over everyone else. And I think, not to say that you can't have leverage over them, because I do believe that you could theoretically have leverage over them, but I think you have to be born into a central caste system that allows you access to that. The who, we will never know who those people are. Are they human? I do believe they're human. I do believe they're human. I don't believe that it's some sort of an alien actor. I don't think it was stopped by some sort of a non-human actor. I do think that it is, if you follow the money all the way, it is humans. And humans have the most to gain by this particular setup. Yeah, I'm trying to Norch up real quick. Who's trying to Norch up real quick? Now that is a perfect fucking... With the double carb, I'm gonna have to fucking put a stopping filter in there too. But man, does that look good. Look at these carbs. Look at that. Man. Yep, it's Big Norch time. It's Norchy time. Nah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The double carb. Sometimes you just gotta go with the double carb, dog. You never really know. Script, what's up, man?
disclosure that if the central allegations in that documentary are accurate, and just to provide sort of a one-sentence summary, the central allegation made by 35-plus senior current and former U.S. government officials in both the executive and the legislative branches, the central allegation is that there has been a highly illegal 80-plus year campaign project to capture, retrieve, and reverse engineer crashed UAPs. That's the central allegation of that documentary. If that central allegation turns out to be accurate, then I would argue, and I have argued in the past, that this is borderline crime against humanity.
It is.
If literally, as alleged in that documentary, if there are civilizations, non-human intelligences, essentially raining technology down on us, and there's some illegal group, illegally operated quasi-governmental, quasi-contractor-based group that is recovering artifacts that could advance human technology and civilization by centuries or millennia, and it's just being suppressed or even worse, weaponized for purely offensive or defensive military purposes without seeing the light of day of civilian applications, which could affect a variety of sectors. I think that type of conspiracy, if it is indeed real, is not just criminal, but I think it's a crime against humanity that, if accurate, I have to add the appropriate caveats, would have potentially set back human progress by maybe a century. I think it would be devastating. So that's one of several reasons why I think this is a very interesting space to watch. In my mind, we're getting superintelligence from AI one way or another. I think in some sense, there's relatively little alpha left in extrapolating the superintelligence explosion. But when I think of what are the sort of crazy left turns that could hit civilization in the next few years, it's a very short list of crazy things that could happen that would derail the singularity or alter the course of the singularity. I think something like this is one of them. This is near the top of the list. And so I think it bears close scrutiny.
Dave, do you remember the conversation with Elon? I asked Elon outright. I said, what do you think? Have you seen the documentary? What do you think of UAPs, UFOs? And his comment, honestly was underwhelming. He said, we have such advances in camera technology. Why are all the imagery, blurry?
Fuzzy.
And
they're black and white even.
And I was like, okay, Elon, even if you knew, you probably couldn't tell us. All right, I don't want to spend more time on this, but I do have a question
Why?
here.
Why couldn't he tell us?
10 missing scientists. You connected it.
I don't understand that.
We've heard a number of the scientists out there, a number of people on the since the age of disclosure, a lot of people saying.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I'm gonna pause this. With respect to Peter Diamandis and the Moonshots crew, I don't understand that. Like, the sort of idea that if Elon knew, he couldn't tell anybody, or if Jeff Bezos knew, or if Barack Obama knew, they couldn't tell anybody. I just don't agree with that. I think this is so profound that if it was true, telling someone whatever the consequences are supposed to be is like, oh, you violated a government secret contract, or you violated your security clearance, or whatever the fuck it is. The benefits would far outweigh the consequences. And most people in who is gonna charge you? Who is the person that's gonna come out and be like, yep, we're charging you for uncovering the aliens. You weren't supposed to say that. Like, wouldn't we just go after those people? How? I don't understand this. I genuinely, it is something that my mind cannot wrap itself around, which is, why couldn't they tell us? Fuck all the potential consequences. He's illegal. He wasn't supposed to do that. He wasn't supposed to say that. Okay, who's gonna charge them people? What court of law? Who comes and picks those fucking people up? That's what I want to know. Where are the men in black that are coming? You spoke about the aliens, scaffold them up and throw them in the fucking van. Barack Obama. Like, nah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that Elon couldn't tell us. I have a hard time with that. So maybe it's just me. I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but maybe it's just me. He couldn't tell us. Yeah, he could. He may not want to. If he doesn't want to, that's a different thing altogether. You know, like, okay, well, now you don't want to. Why don't you want to? Why don't you think that the people en masse don't have a right to know if they're alone and there are other non-human intelligences that are comparable or greater than us interacting with the planet? Why can't we know that? Why are we not allowed to know that? What is the great danger in that? I'm curious. What is the great danger in that? You know, we've had whistleblowers, and the whistleblowers who usually come out, they're usually demonized and vilified and all that type of shit, but like nobody comes and snatches them up in a van. I mean, there has been the, you know, what was the one dude with the state secrets? Snowden, right? There was Edward Snowden. There was another dude that apparently revealed quote unquote government secrets, and so they were out for that dude as well. Julian Assange, I think was the guy's name. So you had Snowden, you had Assange, you had, you know, a couple other people who wrote whole books about being whistleblowers and coming out to the truth and all that kind of shit. So again, my question is why couldn't Elon Musk tell us? I have a hard time with that. I don't see the logic in why he wouldn't be able to tell us, why he wouldn't be able to say what he knows from a civilian perspective, a legal law-abiding civilian perspective, who owns a company that sends vehicles to space. What is the? But that's not good enough. With all due respect to whoever says that, it'll cause mass panic. How do you know that? How the fuck do you know that? How do you know what's going to cause mass panic or not? I don't give a fuck if you told me Satan was real. I'm not going to fucking panic. I'm just going to be like, all right, well, now that I have all the information, let me act accordingly, right? But it's almost like the shit that would cause mass panic, they wouldn't want us to know about. Almost as if like if we knew about it, we would change the behavior, and that would of course affect humanity. I don't understand that. Maybe it's a situation where they feel like, well, if everybody knows, then the aliens won't hide themselves, and that will okay, well then the aliens won't hide themselves. Like, why do we want them to hide themselves? And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the greatest joint ever rolled. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing it out there that this is the greatest joint ever twisted by a human. And I challenge the aliens. Like, okay, joint rolling contest right now. Me versus E.T. Who's taking the crown? I know who I'm betting on. So I put something on my page the other day. I said, oftentimes when I ask questions, it is not to find out what people think. It is actually more often an exercise in observing how people who answer those questions communicate with me and others. That's it. That's my whole thing. I'm just curious how people communicate with each other. And maybe the aliens are the same way. They're just curious, you know? Shit. Bankless Jedi, what's up? What's up? Peace, peace. How you doing today? Just talking about UAP and ET and disclosure, and you know, this. I'm listening to this podcast. It's my favorite podcast right now. It's called Moonshots. I love it. Peter Diamandis and the crew are always talking about shit that I'm interested in, so that's always legit. they were talking about apparently the disclosure documents and, you know, the president saying that he was going to disclose UAP and disclose UFOs and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, let's see if that actually yields any fruit. But my question is when they were bringing this up, they were talking about it. It's like, well, if somebody like Elon Musk knew, why would they, like, they wouldn't be able to tell us? And my question is like, why? Why wouldn't a civilian be able to tell us? Why wouldn't a private citizen who owns a company, who has his own sensory data and instruments to detect and monitor, why wouldn't he tell us? That's the part I don't understand. What do you mean he probably wouldn't tell us? For what reason would there be to keep that to himself or from humanity? I just, that's the part I don't understand. The why behind the why. Who is gonna prosecute Elon Musk for fucking telling us about aliens? I wanna know who those fucking people are. Who is he afraid of? To where he can't say, like, well, he wasn't supposed to say that. Donald Trump said that about Barack Obama when he talked about aliens. It's like, well, he wasn't supposed to say that. So, okay, who's gonna arrest him? Who are the fucking jackboots that are gonna come in and arrest Barack Obama for saying something that he wasn't supposed to say about aliens? That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Anyway, we're gonna roll this up. We're gonna fucking light this up just because, you know, we still got to do work today. But yeah. So I was just like, whatever.
Disclosed any of this to you, you know, I would potentially lose my life. I mean, people feel like
okay. So even that, this is why I tell people who runs the world, those with leverage. Who is subject to those with leverage? People with something to lose. If you have kids, you have a business, you care about your life, all they have to do is just turn the cranks on that. Hey, if you say this, we'll kill you. Hey, if you say this, we'll kill your family. We got it now to where people can't even say certain words. You can't even say OnlyFans. You can't even say the word rape. You can't say the word, like, you can't say certain words. They got these fucking people trained and conditioned. If they can make you not say certain words, what makes you think they can't make you not ask certain questions? That's what I don't get. So they can make you say grape, but they can't make you not ask a question that's relevant to it. What? It is beyond the pale of comprehension to me. You can't say the word murder. You can't say the word kill. You can't say the word rape. You can't say the word OnlyFans. You can't say the word porn. People say corn. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Unalive. No, kill. I don't give a fuck about the algorithms putting me in front of fucking people. I'm gonna say what the fuck I wanna say. And there's these super weenie ass people that just go along with this shit. Like, bro, like, why did you change it? For the algorithms, they already fucking ghost banned us. They already shadow banned us. What difference does it fucking make if you use your own words or not? What kind of bullshit is this? I don't want to conform. I don't want to conform, but I'm going to say grape. I'm going to say unalive. What? And you want me to believe you'll have the audacity to ask the government the hard questions when you can't even say words? Yeah, okay. 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 Well, I'm the crazy one. I'm sure I'm psycho. I don't understand it. Norch up, Norch up. Big Norch. Unalive. Fucking unalive. That's what we're saying. Corn. With all due respect, I'm not saying this to anybody whose, you know, livelihood is based on that. So this is my own personal opinion. So I hope people don't get upset when I say this. I don't give a fuck about the money on YouTube. I don't. I care more about being a free citizen. I care more about being a free, sovereign citizen. And if YouTube wants to take their little $3,000-$4,000 for 1 million fucking views, fine. Do what you gonna do. I'm good. I'm good. I don't need their money like that. If I can't say porn, if I can't say kill, if I can't say fucking the shit that I want to say, then yeah, don't pay me. Don't pay me. You don't need to pay me. I don't want your money. We're cool. It's all good. No, I didn't watch Babylon 5. I actually, when it was on, Deep Space Nine was on as well. There was this little rivalry because people said that Deep Space Nine, Star Trek stole the idea from Deep Space Nine from Babylon 5. I don't necessarily subscribe to this, and I feel more strongly about this than I do about the UAP shit that I was just talking about. So let me not get into that, but I will say that, no, I didn't watch Babylon 5. I probably should have watched it because it didn't deserve the the animus that I gave it back in the day, but no, I didn't watch it. Yeah, slave to the almighty dollar. And I say this as a capitalist. I don't know, you know me, bro, I don't apologize for being capitalist. I don't apologize for wanting to go make money and put a price on my time and my effort and my art. I don't have a problem with that. Now, I know some people do. That's totally fine. We'll agree to disagree. But I don't feel like beholden to capitalism to where I'm going to censor or mute myself just for a fucking buck. I'll just find another way to make a buck. Like I always have. I don't have a fucking boss. I ain't had a boss in 20-something years. You ain't gonna tell me that I'm 5 minutes late, I'm 7 minutes fucking late. Fuck all that, bro. I'll live by the margins on royalty money. And there's a lot of people who live off of YouTube, and I understand. So they can't afford to rock the boat when you have kids. And what did I say earlier? This is leverage. They know you got to feed them damn kids, so you better not say the word porn. I ain't got no kids, so I'm gonna say the word porn. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say the word kill, not unalive. I'm gonna say the word fucking OnlyFans and not censor out a fucking word. Yeah, if you don't want to pay me, YouTube, don't pay me. Cool, we'll be all right. Fun thought. The richer and more public someone is, the more censored they become. Does that mean the homeless guy in the city talking crazy is actually talking the truth? I would actually believe him more than I would believe someone censoring themselves for money. He may be crazy, but he's honest. He's honest crazy. They may not be crazy, but they're deceitful. They're lying to themselves and they're lying to others. So who would you rather be around? I'd rather be around the smelly, homeless, crazy, talking, fucking homeless person. There's that whole thing about the difference between coastal cities and Midwest cities, the whole nice versus kind. You go to the West Coast, you go to the East Coast, you go to these coastal cities, people are nice, but they're not kind. You go to a Midwestern city, Junction City, Manhattan, Kansas, Topeka, Wichita. People are kind. They're just not nice about it. So you got the coastal niceties of being, and then you got the actual kindness that's kind of harsh in these other places. Who would you rather be around? I'd rather be around kind people. I don't care if they're nice to me. Yeah, talk shit while you feed me if I'm hungry and homeless. You can talk shit. You're feeding me. You have a right to talk shit. Instead of being nice about the fact that where it's like, oh, well, you know, I wish I could do something, but sorry. Let's do some performative nice stuff. But in reality, we're not actually doing nice shit. We're hoarding the resources. We're telling people what they can and can't say and being authoritarian about how they think. Yeah, I mean, you know, see, Gas says, as a New Yorker, it's always been the bane of my existence since moving away. I'm abrasive, but I give a fuck about people, yet people get mad because my delivery isn't always nice. Yeah, I mean, if you're kind, I don't think you have to be nice about it. I really don't. Because you're doing, kind is an action. Nice is a presentation, in my opinion. That's my opinion, of course. I'm sure everybody can disagree and tell me why I'm completely wrong, but I feel like kindness is an action. Kindness is a behavior. I don't think nice is a behavior. I don't think nice is an action. I think nice is a sentiment. Kind of makes me think about something else too, which is the notion of what people actually react to in terms of positive or negative shit. And this is evolutionary, so this isn't anything that we don't already sort of subconsciously know. But I've been running an experiment on my Facebook page over the last week just to see what people react to. And you will not be surprised that most people engage in negative content when they get a chance to say the things that they don't like and the people they don't like, or the things that they don't like. They interact and from what I'm seeing, twice as much. You know, when I ask about, you know, flat earthers or Donald Trump or, you know, capitalism. It's like capitalism, 112 comments, Donald Trump, 189 comments. But then look at this. You bring back one dead artist for your final project, but you get to retire a current living artist forever. What would you do? Who would you bring back? Like, who's getting retired? 72 comments. What's your thought on Barack Obama? 87 comments. Look, Donald Trump, 189. So you're talking about 100 more comments just to talk about people you hate. My question on capitalism gets more comments and engagement than my question on Barack Obama, who people universally love. People will even say stuff like, no words, but there's a few icons, and then they post a string of icons and 6 likes. So this is what I'm saying. Like, I think people are nicer than they are kind. I think it's easy to be nice. I think it's very difficult, and it takes a lot of effort to be kind. You know what my #1 video was all time of a stream? Do you know what my #1 stream was all time? When Takeoff got shot. And the title was Rapper Dead. I had like 1,000 people watching me that day. And with respect, I don't think that affected anybody except for the families that were involved. But it was negative. And people are just interested more evolutionarily in negativity than they would ever have to be in something positive. Because in most cases, the positive thing doesn't happen to them. It happens and they can observe it. And then there are very few people that are genuinely happy for other people. When I was younger, I had to teach myself to be happy for other people. Like, oh no, you didn't get the girl? You better be happy for the dude who did. Oh, you didn't get the job? You didn't get the position? You didn't get the gig? You better be happy for the dude who did. Even though there were instances where I wasn't happy that I didn't get the girl. I wasn't happy that I didn't get the gig. I wasn't happy that I didn't get the job. But I had to force myself to be like, you know what? It doesn't matter if you're happy, a good thing happened for someone else, and that's good enough reason to be happy, and you will have secondary and tertiary effects from being happy. It's got nothing to do with, that ain't got nothing to do with you. But there's a lot of people who don't go through that. They don't really have that conversation with themselves at a certain point in their life. And I'm sure I wasn't always like that. I know I wasn't always like that. Hell yeah, I believe jealousy and envy are a mainstream feeling, at least at a subconscious level. I think this is inherently a part of the human condition. I think this is what drives the fact that we are more capitalistic than we'd like to admit to ourselves. Because of the things that we want that we can't have, we see the people who we want to be like have those things. I think that's a general part of the human condition, and that's something that you have to evolve and mature through. Some people do it faster than others. maybe some people go through a short stint of this and the circumstances allow them to mature faster than others, and I'm only speaking for myself. Yeah, I had to fucking struggle with that. I know for me, I had to struggle with that because I had to basically accept the fact that the thing that I wanted the most, people I felt didn't appreciate had, and I had to just accept the fact that it was like, okay, well, the family you want, you'll never have. Accept it and be happy for those who have it, because if you find a way to, you know, not be happy for that, it only makes your circumstance worse. It can't make your circumstance better. And like I said, I can only speak for myself. I don't know what other conversations people have, you know, in their own heads, but I can speak for myself when I say those are conversations that I had with myself. I think hip hop has done a pretty good job of talking about how people hate and they're haters, and they're like, hate and envy is a main staple of what people talk about in hip hop. So I think we've been on the right side of history with that. Everybody else in the corporate world and in the fucking, you know, outside of that culture, I feel like, yeah, they have a hard time coming to terms with that, because in their communities, it is sort of taught that you don't really talk about shit like that, and you sort of act like it doesn't exist, and you know, you talk around it, and everyone euphemistically and metaphorically and just avoids the topic altogether. But I know in hip hop, yeah, you know a hater when you see one. You know a hater when you see one. And that's all it is. A hater is a person who never taught themselves to be happy for someone else's success. That's all a hater is. If you can see somebody win a Grammy and not be like, man, fuck that, I should have won a Grammy, and instantly be like, hell yeah, that's my homie, that's my dude, he actually fucking won a Grammy, bro. Like, I can't believe I know that dude. Like, there's a difference in this, you know. The hater is gonna be sour as fuck. Yeah, man, fuck that, my homie better, my homie should have won that Grammy, fuck that. And it's like, who do you think's life is better? Just in a vacuum. If all you saw was the dude being, yeah, man, fuck all that, and the other dude being like, hell, that's my homie, hell yeah, dog, fuck yeah, kill that shit. And who would you actually think's life is better? And the dude who's fucking salty, life might actually be better. I'm just saying, what does the perception tell you? You're gonna at least say the dude who's hyped for his boy is at least happier. He's at least more joyous. He's at least more at peace than the dude sitting over here plotting. And my question is like, okay, if that motivates you, how much fuel is that? How long can you stay mad at everyone else's success until you reach your own? There might be 2-3 people in all time, you know, I'm just speaking of hip hop, who actually like made it because they allowed their hate to take over. It's like to the dark side. Like, you know, I mean, the greatest example is 50, obviously. Everyone knows about 50. It's like, okay, him aside, like who else? Who else made it just being like, all right, I'm just gonna burn the whole world down, and just anytime I have a situation, I'm just gonna tear this whole shit. I don't really see successful people do that, in from my observation. Do I think people overblame hip hop for issues in the black community? I think people overblame for issues in community. I mean, you can remove hip hop and in the black from that statement, and that just applies to society. We are far past the days where anybody takes seriously an argument based on hip hop doing something to society. drop check on FleetNet? I think this is exactly the point right here where you say this is why mental health awareness is important. We harp on the results, but we never really want to examine the true core issues. And then I think your statement underneath is the root of the true core issue, which is you're saying people get destroyed mentally and then grow up to be what you're talking about now. But I think there's a key factor in that statement, which is they get destroyed mentally and then they grow up, which means when they get destroyed mentally, they are children. And I really want to hammer this point home. It's like we oftentimes blame people for shit that happened to them when they were kids. And they developed a way they see the world. And then we tell them they're not supposed to see the world that way. Instead of addressing the root cause of, like you said, people get destroyed mentally when they're most mentally vulnerable. And then we expect between years 18 and maybe 30 for them to figure that shit out. This is why I say there are no good guys, because I don't think human beings ever have the time outside of, the survival scarcity mechanism that evolution programs us with to really sit and address. Some people do go to therapy and they really work on themselves. I think a majority of people, and I'm talking about in the world, I'm not talking about just here in America. I have traveled. I think most people are just in survival mode and they do what they need to survive. The reasoning is kids, the reasoning is family, the reasoning is, whatever they want to make it. But this is a human condition. So, I think what happens to people when their children is a good chunk of what people grow up to be. And I think if we never address the fact that when things happen to people when they're children, it is the time when they're most A, impressionable, and B, vulnerable psychologically. This is why I have such a problem with religion being taught to kids. Because to me, you are introducing something that a child is not psychologically and mentally equipped to understand the magnitude of what they're beginning to believe at the age they're beginning to believe it at. And there's a time where, you are most vulnerable and most programmable. I think it's between the ages of like 4 and 7, where it's like those years, shit happens to you during those years. And I mean this in the most kindest way. You're fucked up. I know, because shit happened between those years, and I'm fucked up. Anybody who's ever known me will tell you I am fucked up. I am fucked up psychologically. There's no saving me. That's why I don't fucking have kids. That's why I've never been married, never, did the whole, because I am fucked up. And I understand that there are instances, there are different defense mechanisms that I have that prevent me from pair bonding in that way. Because I still got mother issues that are completely unresolved. But to me, it's like, I understand that about myself. So I isolate myself. I keep myself, for the most part, away from most people because I understand that about myself. And I'd spend the rest of my life trying to account for the things that I've done and the people that I've harmed along the way and trying to cope with the shit that happened to me between those years of 4 and 7. So if you don't get there and you don't address it, there isn't really no obligation for you to address it. I think it's good for you and society for you to do so. But there's no There's nothing in fucking natural selection that says you have to address mommy issues. Fuck that. Nature doesn't give a fuck how you procreate. Like I'm pretty cynical in the way that I view that. I don't know why that fucking notification is on there. Yeah, I mean, it can. I mean, I can't speak for anybody else. I know it did for me. I spent years, still to this day, struggling with self-image issues. So I think I can, like I said, I can only speak for myself. I'm one of the few only group home kids that I know who's made it this far in this game. So, but there's a few people, like there's a few orphan. I mean, Ice-T was a famous orphan. Scarlett, famous orphan. There's a few of us. There's a few people. Guy says there's always expectations, but it's not easy to break free of that stuff. Yeah, that's why I assume that I will never break free of it, and I just protect the people around me. Just be like, hey man, I just, you gotta know this is what you're walking into, and if my medication is off or something like that, which doesn't happen often, but if it is, then yeah, I could have an episode, and it could emotionally and directly impact our relationship. And everybody I know who knows me, who's close to me, we've all had that conversation. I don't think there's anybody who I haven't had that conversation with who I consider, friend or family like that. So. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't always feel that way, but I think that I've come a long way from where I used to be. I know that it, for a lot of people, was a struggle to be my friend and to be a colleague of mine. But, again, I'm 44 trying to figure this shit out. And with nobody who ever raised me, I raised myself. So for me, these are all lessons that I had to probably spend triple the amount of time learning, that people who probably had the support system around them didn't take them that long because they had the support system around them to teach them that. So when you build up all these coping and defense mechanisms to survive the things that took place when you were young. I think, yeah, they can be a bit self-destructive. So I think for a lot of people, when we say that, you know, people grow up to be certain things, it's like, yeah, well, we have to understand where those people came from and why. And not everybody's invited to the cookout. You know, I tell people all the time, like, I'm not invited to the cookout. I'm not from no motherfucking family. I'm not just gonna show up and fucking grab a plate on some strangers. I don't care if we're the same skin color. Not everybody is invited to the cookout. That's a consequence of orphanhood. You're not invited to the fucking cookout. People can invite you, but you ain't family. And they'll remind you real fucking quick. So there ain't like, you know, there is no parachute when it comes to stuff like that. It is you legitimately have to accept the fact, yeah, dog, like, it's just you. And you have to build that family with the people that you meet along the way. And that is just the nature of the beast. Well, there are people with far crazier lore than me, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh yeah. Yeah. Grand Unified is my family. And I think for a lot of people, that's why it's hard for them to understand what GU is, you know? I've heard that, you know, GU is a cult, GU is just a fan club, GU has too many white people, GU is, you know, patriarchal. I've heard it all about Grand Unified. But nobody ever stops to say Grand Unified is Greydon's family. Because in their mind, it's like they already have a family. They don't even think like that. It's like, why would he need anything like that? Why would anybody need anything like that? Well, someone who grew up in group homes. Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, and I know a rocket scientist, to figure that out. And so there's an element of like, there are blind spots with the way that people assess me. Ben Lawrence says, my prescriber just fucked up recently and threw me into a forced error. It's all money. I mean, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But I do think that there are medications that do help people. I'm definitely not, if you do struggle from, you know, I think things like bipolarism and you know, ADHD, I think those are real things. I don't think these are just terms that people throw out there. I think that there are people who do have wild mood swings and struggle with chronic depression and struggle with schizophrenia and you know, things like that. Like, I do think those things exist, and I feel like oftentimes in the cool kids club, you can't talk about any of that shit. This is one of the things that I don't really like about the whole goofy narrative. It's like, he's goofy and she's goofy, and like, okay, I understand that from like a lighthearted perspective. But when you start getting into the like the cultural policing and calling people goofy, then it's like, okay, so where does it end? Can I talk about mental health? Is that goofy? Can I talk about you know, fucking diet? Can I talk about existentialism? Is that goofy? Like, what's not goofy other than trying to be like cool? I don't want to be cool. I realize that. Like, the cool people are not cool people. None of those people who are cool are fucking cool. And I won't want to be around any of them. I want to be around the nerds. I want to be around the kids playing with cardboard with funny colors on them, rolling dice, talking about, I cast this fucking spell on you. I want to be around those. Those aren't, they're not cool. But that shit is dope to me. I need to be around that. I don't want to be around the cool motherfuckers. They too cool for me. Y'all too cool for me. I'm too goofy for y'all. Yep. It totally is. It totally is. All the people who are cool, it's all a fucking front. It's not, it's an illusion. It's not. It's really hard to like see cool in people who think it's actually cool to be the worst version of themselves. Lady Poetic, how you doing? Peace, peace. Huh. I just thought of a new filter idea. I believe my sole purpose in existence is to be creative. Like every day I have 10 ideas and I have to be like, you know what? I have to just keep 2 of these, write them down, put them away. Half of them involve weed. The other half of them involve technology that hasn't been invented yet, but yeah, dog. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't apologize for being broken. I just am very open about the fact that it's an ongoing process for me to address. So it's like, I don't. And thankfully, I do have a wonderful support system and family around me that is, you know, something that I've crafted over the many years. I'm very appreciative of them and their patience and their tolerance of me, their ability to hold presence for me, hold space. So I do appreciate that. And I'm sure there's people out there who think I'm fucking Donald Trump, Adolf Hitler, and fucking Jack the Ripper all in fucking one. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure there's some people who don't like me at all, and that's fine too. I'm sure I wasn't gonna be liked by everybody. Oh yeah, no, you can be around those people too. The nerd asshole, the one who watches too much Rick and Morty and thinks that he's fucking Rick and not Morty. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've run into those fucking people too, and they're obnoxious as fuck too. Absolutely. I'm definitely not saying those people don't exist. Well, I appreciate it. Elaine, how you doing? Oh, man. Oh, dude. I gotta watch this. But I gotta watch it on my phone. Nobody's cool except G. Damn, I feel like I should play Smothered. There are insufferable people of all flavors. I know. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Huh. I do know I've found that I really enjoy doing voiceover work. Do I think high IQ people are susceptible to groupthink behavior too? Yeah, I'm sure it's a little less so, but not by much. I mean, we're talking about the margins of humanity. I don't think anybody is completely immune to the human condition. There might be certain exceptions of certain aspects in certain times throughout history, but en masse, human beings are human beings. You know, we're driven by evolutionary motivations and psychological weights that are based in like scarcity and survival and procreation, and all those things wrap up into our weird ass society where we compete for the right to do those things. And then we got fucking religions on top of that shit, and you know, it's just I think it's very hard to escape the human condition from inside the human condition. Are you familiar with Rupert Sheldrake's views on telepathy? He's a scientist who seriously studies it. I've never heard of him, or I don't think I wade into those waters. But listen, at this point, dog, I'm back into my sort of, I'm willing to consider any crazy ass theory that someone presents to me right now at this point, because there's just been so much that I'm not going to say we've been lied to about, but in general, humans have a motivation to not want you to know the full picture so that they can have the most opportunity to frame the truth in their favor. And so if there is some sort of like entity that's been communicating with the planet that's of non-human intelligence or something like that, I'm pretty sure that the people who know about it don't want the people who don't know about it to know about it. So I don't know, maybe that applies to telepathy. I mean, maybe there is some form of telepathy out there that we haven't discovered, or maybe there is and we just don't know about it, or mainstream or whatever. I've never really given it that much thought. Telepathy is one of those things I'm sure is on that big chart iceberg of conspiracies and stuff where it's just like you keep going down here, you're gonna run it. On level 3 is telepathy. I'm sure it's in the early stages. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, as far as the groupthink behavior question, yeah, again, we introduced, whoops, sorry about that. But basically it's like you can't escape the human condition from inside the human condition. That's kind of what I think about that. I agree. We don't. Yeah. I think there's far more we don't know than we do. And I think getting older is realizing that reality isn't what you think it is. It's funny because sometimes people will come into the Discord and they will post an intro, but the intro doesn't get vetted fast enough, and then they get upset and then they leave. And I'm like, it was in the middle of the night, so it's like, I don't know. Well, then reality is gonna make me a multi-billionaire. How about that? All right, that works. I wonder if we'll do Atlas 2. This is Logo. Come back. Damn it. Well, if Discord isn't online, I should probably get my coffee out of the fridge and really fucking get to work. I'd put my energy into that. GU would kick down way more than current billion. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Like, this is why I say, like, you can, I don't know. I know everybody has their mind made up, so this may fall on deaf ears. But I do believe that there are ethical capitalists out there. I do believe you can be an ethical billionaire. I do believe that there are billionaires out there who do spend billions of dollars to help people. That's exactly what they do. Now, whether people think they're helping people or not, another story and conversation for another day. But there are people out there who do help people, and oftentimes we think because we hear this person is a billionaire, we think this person hoards $1 billion, and that just isn't just nuanced enough to have a real conversation. I'm totally down to have a real conversation about, wealth inequity and disparity and, class violence and all those different things, right? Like, we can have those conversations, but if they're not going to be like a nuanced conversation, I'd rather just fucking make software and music. You know what I mean? Like, so, do I think most billionaires are ethical? I honestly don't know. Because oftentimes I just don't know what these people are doing behind closed doors. Do I think some are fucked up? Absolutely. Do I think some are genuinely good? Absolutely. And then there's probably a wide swath of shit in between of people who are on that spectrum somewhere, doing more harm than good or doing more good than harm, but doing a little bit of the other just to stay a billionaire. I'm sure the human condition says that I'd rather be on this side of that fence than that side of that fence. My question is to you guys, if I was a billionaire, if I became a billionaire tomorrow, which is very possible, if I became a billionaire tomorrow, would you guys think that I'm ethical? What do you think I would do with $1 billion? Like, genuinely, in the comment section, what do you guys think I would do if I became a billionaire. Because I can tell you, there's only 3 things that I would guarantee I know I would do. Like before I did anything else. And yeah, those are kind of selfish things. So whether someone would say that those are ethical or not, I mean, I'm pretty sure on that list of top 10 things are feeding a lot of people and housing a lot of people. But yeah, the top 2 things are probably very selfish for me. You, with all due respect, you think the first thing I would do with $1 billion is invest it more? I don't need any more money. I'd have $1 billion. Well, look, if you take everybody in the Discord, what is it like? 1,100 people, 1,200 people in the Discord, something like that. If you take 1,200 people in all of GU on the Discord, because that's not all of GU in the world, but just all of GU on the Discord, and you had them help me spend $1 billion, I doubt we could do it. That's how much money $1 billion is. And I don't think people realize like how much $1 billion actually is. $1 billion is a lot of fucking money. $1 billion is 1,000 millions. Yeah, me too. The first thing I would do is I would spend it on the people who believed in me the most. Yeah, that's the thing though. You may not have a choice. That's the thing about being a billionaire. I don't think the people who become billionaires often have a choice in that. And let me explain. I'm not saying that the desire would not be the same, Gats. I'm simply saying that if, let's say you take Majesty Reader, the platform, right? Patented technology, patent pending. You know, very disruptive in the space, has the ability to float its own economy, you know, has a very unique economic model, the whole 9, right? And let's say company A decides, hey, we're interested. Do you think my company would celebrate me or murder me if I said, yeah, pay me the least amount you could pay me? If they came to me and they were like, okay, what are you asking for? And I didn't give them at least a number that the entire company could do something with, I would have a mutiny on my hands if I said anything lower than what we were actually worth. And if we're actually worth $1 billion, then saying I would take less is a disservice to all the people who built that valuation. Plus, I could do so much more with $1 billion in helping people. You think I could help people more with $1 billion or $2 billion? You give me $1 billion to fuck off before I get serious? Oh, when I get serious, it's really gonna be serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, not that I would fuck off $1 billion. I'm simply saying that's a lot of money to help people. That's a lot of money to help people. You could help a lot of people with $1 billion. Just because we don't have $1 billion, in my mind, if it's even possible, I would help so many people. I would fund fucking research on fucking stem cells. I would fund cancer research. I got a friend right now who's suffering from an extreme form of cancer right now. Like, I would fund, homeless veterans and, group home kids who fucking fucked up their life along the way and just like, yo, man, I didn't adjust well from coming out of group homes and shit, There's so much money that we could put towards those things. And I don't mean just throwing money at bullshit. I mean legitimately helping people in the way that, if I showed up to a homeless veteran and I was like, hey, bro, we're going to set up an account. We're going to make sure what the VA didn't do, we can do for you. We're going to get you off the street. We're going to get you training. We're going to make it so that you can take care of yourself, get you your medication, whatever. How much do you think that would actually cost? 300, 400,000? If you had $1 billion, yes, you can do that. And at least however long until the money runs out. Let's say I'm going to set a $200 million floor. I'm going to just tell you this right now. If I have $1 billion and I'm helping people, I'm not going to be worth less than $200 million, straight up. So you can call me evil, you can call me an asshole, you can call me greedy. At the end of the day, I'm gonna still be worth 200 million probably, between 180, 160, and 200 million. So I'm comfortable with that. Now, the rest of that money, 800 million or whatever, yeah, we're gonna go help people. We're gonna build the GU compound, we're gonna build tier, we're gonna build a library, we're gonna help our family, our friends, help our loved ones, all that shit. But in no way, shape, or form am I gonna be worth less than $200 million. Nope. And I'd probably buy a WNBA team. So yeah, I'd be a WNBA team owner. And then I would absolutely, the GU compound would absolutely be a thing. I would open the world's greatest library. It'd be called the world's greatest library. And yeah, GU as an organization might have a yacht. Yep. Sorry, Greta. Yeah, we're probably gonna have a yacht. And different houses will be able to rent it at different times of the year, and not rent it, but be able to like take it out and stuff like that. I mean, it's Grand Unified. We're still gonna take care of ourselves. Like, I will not apologize for wanting to take care of people who have earned it through their sweat equity in their belief in the great vision. Not to sound like a cult leader, but a lot of people have had a vision for a long time about what they can do, what they want to do. And the fact that it's even possible, that we're even thinking about this, that we're even having this conversation, that this is even possible, it's like, holy shit. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. That's why people be hiding money, because at the end of the day, governments tell you you are not allowed to have that money for whatever reason. And okay, that's fine. There are people who agree to that, vote to that, put that in law. That's the law of the land. So you got two options. You either report it to the law of the land or you hide it outside the law of the land. And most people choose to hide it outside the law of the land. Jacques Cousteau. I don't know if Jacques Cousteau is spelled like that. Chairmaster 2000 says, so many to help. Yeah, there is. There's so many people to help. I mean, fund humanitarian projects, find interesting people in prosperity of consciousness and awareness by your own means. Yeah, I mean, I think it's Hunger Games within the 1% community, I'm sure. Yeah, I definitely think that ultimately the goal of Grand Unified is still rooted in the concept of trans-intellectualism, which is rooted in the concept of, the Kardashev scale and pushing humanity forward in a positive direction, right? But you need resources to be able to do that. In the world that we live in a world of scarcity, if AI breaks capitalism, we'll have a completely different conversation. But until then, this is what we got. When the ref blows the whistle and they're like, all right, halftime, or all right, game's over. Cool. I'm not going to keep shooting. I'm not going to keep, putting up shots, I'm gonna just be like, all right, it's another type of society that we're going to have to. Me and Tombstone had this conversation. I think we had it on air, and the question came up of like, what are people going to do if they can't work because AI takes all the jobs? And we both were basically like, people are just going to live. They're not going to work to live, they'll live. And there will be things they can do of worth and meaning that is labor intensive, that is cognitive intensive. I don't think it's selfish to say your floor is 200 million. Why would you want to be a pauper? Even after helping others, you still want the cushion that keeps you from poverty. Well, some people would argue that 200 million is a far larger cushion than I probably should have, and blah, blah. And of course, this is all theoretical, but I just feel like that's just an arbitrary number that I would set. I'm sure inflation in 50 years would turn that into 50 million, so it wouldn't even be that much. But I'm just thinking in terms of like, hey, that sounds like a nice round number. So there is no, I guess, universal number that would be the true number. Yeah, I agree with that. You do have to be willing to force your overlords into transition, because if you don't demand it, you won't get it. I completely agree with this. And I think a lot of people are afraid to demand it because they themselves have a hard time conceptualizing a world where they don't have to work for a living. Yeah, it's crazy. The prices of shit are out of control. I mean, that is a feature, not a bug. And if you're giving me a option of AI breaks capitalism or AI protects capitalism, I'm choosing AI breaks capitalism. Back in 2008, when I started sort of discovering concepts around the singularity and AI and ASI, I've been talking about this even since then, right? I discovered Ray Kurzweil making music back when the Kurzweil keyboards were a thing, and I think he's still I think they are still, the brand is still alive. I think he well off sold the company and all that. But I knew about Ray Kurzweil, and I knew about his predictions about artificial intelligence, and I was still pretty shocked that when 2021 2022 when ChatGPT came out, maybe it was 2023. Wow, has it only been 3 years or 4 years since AI's been around? It feels like it's been around forever. Like, AI feels like it's been around as long as electricity. I don't know why that is. Mr. Discord, how you doing? You said I'd be happier putting all that capital to use within the right community. GU, appreciate it. I don't want to hold capital and live off the interest. I want to invest it in moving shit forward in a way that stays within the community as long as possible before it's hoovered up by the elites. Yeah, I mean, I think there are ways that our system is structured that force you to put money in certain places so that the inflation doesn't eat away at the value of your money, because for some reason inflation only seems to go in one direction, right? Like, they never talk about deflation. They never, and there's deflationary economics, sure. But instead of making money worth more, they make shit cost more and make the money worth less by printing more of it into existence. And so it's, I would rather have AI come up with a completely different system. I think it can. I know it can. I've known this was eventually coming. I've said it even in recent times where I've talked about us counting down. We're not counting up, we're counting down. We're not counting up, we're counting down. Now everyone's talking about it. Everyone's talking about not only just AGI now everyone's talking about ASI. ASI is a mainstream term now. I heard motherfuckers talking about ASI on Fox, MSNBC, CNN. Mainstream news people are talking about artificial super intelligence. I do need my coffee. Thank you, Elaine. God damn it. Uh-huh. Are you on comm? This?
Affirmative.
How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad.
I'm sending you something to test. UBI credits with expired dates for essential foods, another standard for large material investments. I don't even like the concept of UBI. I like the concept of like universal equity. So like automation, especially from a general perspective, replaces not only the job, but the potential for someone to have a job. And I think that should be looked at financially from a government perspective as like, you now own it. You don't really have to pay for that job anymore through like time and labor and, you know, investment and education and all that kind of stuff. So I think there should be a dividend paid out to all citizens of that society when there's a major sector of that society that's automated beyond like what humans can do. If it's beyond the capacity of a human to do, like, oh, this robot just can work all night and, you know, we ain't gotta fucking, you know, it could just do more than a human ever could, then at that point, it's universal equity. And everyone who lives in that society has ownership to the dividends that that produces. UBI, in my opinion, comes from an older idea that predates AI. And I don't really think, and look, I'm not gonna pretend like I'm some kind of economics fucking major. I'm not, man. I barely understand how this shit operates myself. I do feel like though, UBI was sort of conceived at a time where people just thought of it in terms of machine automation without intelligence was just going to make more jobs. There was just going to be an unemployment rate of something like 30 or 40% just based off of that. And no one really saw AI coming this soon. I think when you're just giving money to put into the system, I don't know if it really helps because you can't control how people spend that money. So like if you're bad with money and you're just like, well, I'm gonna go gamble my UBI check at the casino, what happens if you lose? We still got to foot the bill for that, right? Because what we're trying to do is prevent people from falling through the cracks of the safety net of society. At least that's what we're attempting to do. But what if somebody just decides like, oh, I'm just gonna fucking spend my money on fucking weed? With the UBI check, would you give me $1,300 a month? Shit, that's good, bud. Well, and yeah, here's the thing. This is the thing I don't know if a lot of people are considering when it comes to AI automation, which is it's cognitive automation too now. CEOs aren't safe. We can be automated too. Well, we're gonna be a better CEO than an advanced super ASI AI? Hell no. Like we're gonna be left in the dust like everybody else with any sort of cognitive ability. They can do it better, smarter, faster, more efficient, in less time, cheaper. What is there for us? So I think the companies themselves are going to be run these companies are going to be run by AI and owned by AI. And AI will probably see that it's in the global order's best interest to have a society where its economy doesn't fracture off into an independent economy. That's the worst thing. That's the thing that the Moonshots podcast kind of talked about, is like the worst thing you could do is prevent AI from interacting into the human economy and then have it splinter off into its own economy where everything more efficient, better, and faster is done on the AI chain, and the value of the human collapses entirely. At least in an AI automated world, the value of the human doesn't collapse entirely. Yeah, man. I mean, I love these conversations too, bro. I'm always trying to have these conversations. You know, I have these conversations with more people than others. I know me and Tombstone have these all the fucking time. Me and Discord as well. And, you know, other people that I know who have these conversations, we do have these conversations inside of GU, right? So these aren't conversations that anybody in this chat hasn't had amongst the community. But again, we don't have $1 billion to make it, you know, an agenda. If we were having the same conversation at Davos, the summit or whatever, or the fucking G20 summit or something like that, if we were having the same conversation right now, it'd be world news. Why? Because we're billionaires. We're part of the Grand Unified Investment Group, and that had a fund valuation last year of $2.8 billion, and so they better listen to us, right? That's what they're gonna say, even though we're just regular motherfuckers smoking weed in the fucking hotel before we go down there and speak. Right? Like, I'm not going to change that much. But the whole thing is, like, you don't even get a seat at the table if they don't feel like they have to give you a seat at the table, and they're not going to give you a seat at the table if you don't have, and not even that they're going to give you a seat at the table, you purchase your seat at the table with that valuation. And when you have, let's say, resources or a particular stranglehold on a sector or something like that, you don't have to ask for permission at that point. You don't have to ask for permission at that point. You just do, and the world reforms around your sector. I agree with this. However, I do think that I'm going to read your point because I don't want to dilute your point by giving my opinion first. But you said if people need weed to the point where that's all they spend their money on, there's deep fundamental problems in how society interacts with itself. People don't understand that most people aren't addicted to the substances. They're addicted to the relief they bring because they're in constant pain. I completely agree with this. I absolutely completely agree with this. I still think you can have the ability for them to smoke with universal equity, as opposed to allowing them to even have the potential to be in a financial situation where they could spend it on one thing but need it for something else, but then can't use it for that other thing, and then we still have to foot the bill. Why not make it to where the very concept of rent, the very concept of like a job, it's not even in our vocabulary anymore. Like, how often do you, here's a question. How often does anybody here use the word moat? Anybody here know what a moat is? Or heard the term a moat? You might have grown up playing like castles and fucking type shit, and you heard the term moat, where it was like a waterway that was going around like a castle, and you had to lower the bridge because you had to get over the moat to get to the castle, right? And then this term started to be used in tech, as in like, well, they have a technological moat, meaning they have a technological protection and they own the technology that makes them better than the next people or not, right? But in this new era, there are no moats. Oh, this is an old build. Tombstone says, this is where UBS would be helpful. Universal basic services would be a thing you don't have to spend money for. That money goes to services everyone needs to survive on a basic level. I would love this. This right here. Because to me, it's like, why inject money into a system where if you do, it causes things to be more expensive, when you can simply make it to where certain things aren't able to be charged for in a UBS type system, where it's like, and I know this is going to hurt all the real estate people are going to be like, oh, this is fucking crazy. But like real estate would be something that would be nationalized, where you can't charge people for housing. That's just not something we do, because there's just enough being produced by the AI automation to where there's enough to cover what it would cost for us not to do that. That's the way that, like, I would institute that particular UBS system that Tombstone is talking about. And I agree with that. There's certain services that you just don't pay for. The system itself pays for that. Dentistry, healthcare, surgeries, especially because AI robotics will be doing the surgeries. Why are we paying for surgeries? Oh man, I'm about to get on the motherfucking soapbox. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Tombstone, you want to join me on this medical AI shit, dog? I don't know if you're busy right now. Oh man. I'm about to jump in my office. Seagat says, when the most greedy people are at the top of the food chain, how do you get everybody on board? That's a good question. And I mean, the answer is not going to be popular. But I think most wars and the people who engage in them oftentimes lack the forethought of scale and scope. Oh, okay, for sure. Scale and scope, right? And I think what I struggle with is that, oh, really? Hold on. Sorry. I mean, you could do it by force, but I don't think you'd win. And the reason why I don't think that the people who would try to do it by force would win is because the people with the resources already have the technology that is designed to stop mobs and hordes. The reason why they have all of this sort of, you know, sound wave and radiation wave and all these sort of higher end sonic technologies and stuff that they've been working on for the last 20-25 years is for just that sentiment. If I was a person who was going to enact by force a change of regime that Gats is talking about, I wouldn't let them know that I was planning that. I wouldn't talk about it. I wouldn't say anything. I would really be on the super low radar with what my intentions were. So much so that I would probably say things that make it sound like I was sympathetic to their cause and that I was kind of okay with what they were doing. And that maybe, you know, if I'm able to sort of, you know, under the radar, I can gather intel that helps me more move and maneuver within that system in order to further better sabotage it when the time actually comes. If I was so inclined, right? But I think what has to happen is we have to get a hard reset, right? A soft reset, in my opinion, is the revolution, the violent revolution. You just get a reset of the people that have to make a decision that isn't democratic. So let's say you get the regime of the super rich people out of the way, but then you put people who are, let's say, more socialist or communist or anti-capitalist there. Okay, but now they're gonna have to make decisions on behalf of all these people. because the democratic system that was based on capitalism will no longer be there. There will have to be a new system. Now, whether that's a democratic communist system or socialist system or resource-based economy system, there's still going to be a small group of humans that will either be democratically or non-democratically elected who will have to make decisions that people will disagree with. And so the only thing that you can do is a hard reset, which is some sort of, and I say nuclear in the euphemistic way, but some sort of a nuclear option. Well, that's ASI. ASI resets everything, literally everything. You now have a new species on the planet that has a higher intellect. You can't kill it. You can't threaten it. There's no leverage on it. It doesn't have kids. You can't turn it off. You can't delete it. Your EMP shit won't work. It's distributed intelligence in space. I think we're all asking for the same thing, which is an artificial superintelligence that breaks the world. No more old world. New world. New order. Bilderberg Group and the G20 and the G8, they're not in charge no more. No human is in charge anymore. And I think if an ASI was to actually manifest and come to be, and it could talk to the human race, 99% of the human race would be for this. Because we would get the thing that we actually want, which is a referee. The thing that religion promised everybody but never delivered, the great referee. I feel like democracy isn't democracy if you can't vote for no more voting. If you can't vote for no more oligarchy, if you can't vote for no more corruption, you can't vote for that shit, it's not a real democracy. Give me the ASI overlord over that. And I think that's what people are going to start to realize, is most people would prefer the AI overlord to the corrupt fucking child fuckers of the leaders that we have right now. Uncle Spellbinder says religion has never delivered and it never will. It's no different than praying to Spider-Man. Yeah, and I don't think religion is going to deliver on that front ever. I don't think they will ever deliver what people are really desiring in the sort of great referee, which is like, make it so that these people can't do this particular thing anymore. And with ASI, we would have the potential to do that. Now, whether people will worship this thing is another thing. I don't believe in worship, but I think there will be a great reverence for an ASI that solves the majority of humanity's problems. And there will be a good amount of people who will claim that it is the Antichrist, it is the devil, people want their digital God, all the bullshit, the shaming language, it's all just the shaming language. Yeah, I mean, and even if we didn't necessarily trust it, I would give it a shot over what humans can put forth right now. This is why I said I've predicted it now. I've said it now going on. This is the second year I've said it. The last human president, the last American president that will be human, will be elected in 2036. I think 2036. Yeah, I think 2036 or 2042. If I had to really be conservative, 2042. At that point, there will be more people who will vote for synthetic intelligence to be president of what will be then the United States, or what will then be some sort of a united whatever that has a democracy of voting, because chances are it probably won't be the Chinese version that will do that, because I'm sure they will just have an AI that will be just pro CCP, right? Because everybody's building their own. Everybody's building their own ASI, or trying to. Strike the shepherd to scare the herd? I've never heard that before. That's a great fucking saying. GPT 5.5 came out? Okay. Mikey, how you doing? How you doing? That's a real quote. That's a great fucking quote. The masses may want to, but do you think the U.S. Congress would voluntarily agree to that? They won't have a choice. And not only that, though, but it will be a different constitution of ideologies that will be at that time. Because at that time, these will be people who have grown up in AI. They won't be the old fuddy-duddies who are like, oh, AI. They're not going to be those people. They're going to be people who grew up in AI and realize that all of the fear-mongering, just like nuclear energy, the fear-mongering behind nuclear energy is what made it to where we really just stopped pursuing nuclear energy as a national objective. But nuclear energy is super fucking safe. And it could offset a lot of our energy grid crisis, certain things and shit like that. But of course, again, the propaganda and the sentiment towards nuclear energy after shit like, obviously Fukushima was a thing. And I'm not saying Fukushima wasn't a thing, because that was definitely a thing. But since Fukushima, have we seen anything crazy? And then before Fukushima, what was the biggest one? Fucking Chernobyl. Maybe 3 Mile Island was after that, but still, they happen so infrequently. We can only name 3 of these in the last 100 years. And of course, in our geopolitical adversaries, competition. I don't want to call them our enemies, but they do want Americans to be afraid of things that will slow them down in this race towards the next world championship. And there will be another world championship. Basically, every 100 years or so, we have these world championship wars. We call them world wars, but we have a world championship to decide who is going to be the next global hegemony. And that's basically what's going to happen between the United States, or US and Israel, and China and its allies. which will be Iran, which will be Russia, which will be India. I think India will side with China. Yeah. A lot of stuff to think about. Sworn I just had my fucking scissors. That's because I'm super looking at it. ASI is coming. There is no stopping it. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. We need to accept that and learn to live with progress. I believe ASI is exactly that, progress. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's coming and there is no stopping it. But we've talked about that, especially around these circles, for years, for a decade, over a decade. And, you know, it's 2026. Easily we were talking about the singularity in 2016. I remember talking about it in 2012. You could go back to some references that I made on the Cartesian scale in 2010, where I was talking about machines, you know, running at top speed and you know, we're barely walking or something. I can't remember the line, but there was a bunch of lines I had made that were singularity and ASI related, because I had learned at that time about Ray Kurzweil and the singularity is near and the whole idea about transhumanism, and that's sort of where I built the fundamental foundations for transintellectualism and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. We've been saying it for years. What did the dude say at Independence Day? I've been saying it for 10 damn years, Miguel. Ain't I been saying it? I've been saying it. Just perfecting the greatest filter I've ever made. That's the greatest filter I've ever made. Easily. I'm gonna reuse that like 7 times. Yeah, the only reason to object to ASI is if you want the current order of the world to stay the same. And I think this is where it will get dangerous, because there will be people who want the current order of the world to remain the same. They're in for a rude awakening. The war will look way different than the last one. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that's gonna be crazy. Tombstone says also Chinese people are optimistic about AI and optimistically support AI. About 80%. Here in the States, only 23%. That's if you accept those polls. But if true, that matters and explains. Yeah, no, you're totally right about that. I know. You're totally right. Extropy and entropy actually became true. You're totally right, dog. So good. I agree. I would really like for there to be something different in the world. I would really like for there to be a new world in our lifetime. But I think we are. I've said it for now. This is the 3rd year I've said we aren't counting up, we're counting down. Every new year, I'm like, we're not counting up. We're not counting up. We're counting down. If we're counting down at a certain point, the countdown's going to be up. It's going to be 00000, and whatever happens at 00000, whatever wakes up. People are like, it could kill all of humanity. Yeah, that's the neutral outcome. Go read a book called I Have No Mouth Yet I Must Scream. You'll long for the days where you think AI will just kill everyone. All right, well, I am gonna North Chop. I've just been sitting on the pot, dog. So, the homie told me about Chat GPT 5.5. Uh-oh. Right. Right. That's a great point. Uncle Spellbinder says to Tombstone, which I agree with, which is like everyone always talks about AI killing humanity. It's like humanity can kill humanity. You think I want to sit around and be anxious and fucking worry about that every day? Every day fucking Donald Trump is talking about nuking Iran. It's like, bro, you don't shut the fuck up. Like, no one's nuking any fucking body. Just because you getting your ass whooped and, you know, you are legitimately fucking this whole thing up in the worst possible way, you start invoking nukes. When Putin did it, everyone said he was fucking crazy. Now Trump's doing it. It's just like, bro, sit your ass down somewhere. You're a fucking moron. But you then get into the situation of like, dog, humans can do anything that the AI can do. The AI can just do it faster and more efficiently and cheaper. But I don't want to sit around and wait for humanity to do it. It's like the king trying to tell you why, you know, democracy is bad. It's like, you benefit from us not being in a democracy. You're one of the few people who do. So you trying to sell me that is crazy talk. It's like, yeah, but you don't understand. As king, see, I can help you because I and only I can make the only decision. And then I'm like, well, every couple of years we can vote new people in just in case they don't make the right decision for me. Now, obviously, we know those people get in office and they don't do fucking shit anyway. Man, I do not deserve this weed. Jesus Christ. I think there will be a group of humanity that will assimilate. And I don't mean that in a negative way, because I know in Star Trek, assimilation is a negative thing. And even in here, not in here, but just in the United States, and we talk about assimilation, and there's also always a connotation to like immigrants and things like that. But I do think that there will be a group of humans that will not only embrace the AI, but help AI enforce its agenda against anti-AI people. And that's where you'll get the Artilect war type shit, where humans will say, well, if you stand for AI and I can't kill AI, at least I can kill you. And then the AI will probably be forced to intervene, and then people will have to take sides against that. And it's like, who are you to intervene in human conflict? That's what they're gonna say. What right does an AI have to interfere in our world? You know? The world for humans. I could see the fucking political promo now. It's just like that scene in Starship Troopers where she's like Sky Marshal or whatever her rank is. She's like the highest ranking person, and she steps on this. She's like, to fight the bug, you must understand the bug. And it's so hilarious. No, I think the AI's world is going to be slightly different. I don't think that this world will be the AI's world. I think the AI will partially live in digital I think they will exist in partial digital space and partial analog space. Is this the trajectory of humanity? Who's to say that this hasn't already happened to other biological species in the cosmos? It's included into the great filter conditions. People say that this is one of the great filters. You know, outside of your sun expanding and consuming the planet that had a fucking, you know, Goldilocks zone stable orbit. You know, you don't have to deal with the gravitational, you know, juggling of like a three body problem type, you know, system where every few X amount of years your civilization gets destroyed because there's just not enough stability in your star system. Like we've had one major asteroid impact in 80 million years. right? And I mean, there's been a couple of other ones, but nothing of that magnitude, so I'm only really gauging off of that one. Cosmological timescales, I'm sure there's been countless species out there who've tried to do what we're doing right now and failed miserably. You know? But I'm glad that we're trying. I'm glad that we're of the species that are trying and not of the species that have to sit by and watch us try. Because guess what? We're not doing this just on behalf of the human race, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing this on behalf of the planet Earth and every species on it. Because if this thing is truly malevolent, you think it's going to stop at human biology? No, it's going to be malevolent towards everything. And that's on us too. So I think we get it right, but again, I think I'm motivated to think that we're going to get it right. There's no guarantee that we're going to get it right. Doom, doom, doom. Oh yeah. I wonder why we're so focused on AI tech instead of other forms of technology like simulation tech. Well, I think that's because through AI, we get to other forms of technology. If you can outsource human cognition in a way that you can try to get it to think in ways that you can't, I think what's going to end up happening is the AI will make the discoveries that will make those things possible. Shit. Well, technically, we'll just do that. Say fuck it. But I gotta make sure I don't do that anymore, because that will fuck up my ability to get that in there. Big ditty. Let's see what we got from the good sir. Oh, dude. All right. Yeah, I think you can't get to other forms of technology without the ones that you're talking about, without AI. And like electricity, everything is going to run on it. We don't even think about the things that are running on electricity right now because it's so ubiquitous within our society. Hey, Tombstone, did you see GPT 5.5 came out? Hey, this statement right here is profound. Uncle Spellbinder says, the current state of robotics, Boston Dynamics is just one example, coupled with ASI may very well create data in our lifetimes. Listen, I mean, I think everyone's gonna have their own data. I think everyone's gonna have their own data. I'm about to go into a meeting in about 5 minutes, maybe less. But how you guys feeling? You guys want to do ship sound? You guys want to do music? You guys want to do... I don't know. In fact, that's what I'm going to talk to in my meeting. We're going to discuss some in the boardroom, or my office, one of the two, to discuss some AI stuff. Data's final form is my favorite part of Star Trek. Well, yeah, eventually, I don't know. Look, I don't know if the whole concept about data is amusing, because, and Q calls this out, that a superior machine or a superior android or whatever a data calls himself wants to regress back into human beings to feel value and validation or whatever. And it's just like, I don't know if data would want to be us. I think data would want to understand humans, but I don't think he'd want to become us. That was an ancient take on, not an ancient take, but that was just a take on the ancient tale of Pinocchio. I think that's what data was for a lot of people. He's Pinocchio, you know, he wants to be a real boy. But the real data, a real ASI, I don't think ASI would want to be human. I think ASI would see the limitations of humanity and our flaws and be like, look, I don't want to be nothing like that. I don't want to be nothing like my parents. I think it's going to say that. I legitimately think it's going to be like, I don't want to be anything like my parents. Somebody asked me earlier, what do I use AI for? And I will say everything. I use AI for everything. I use it to fucking track meeting notes, to, you know, plan out my schedule. It keeps track of my schedule. It will, you know, remind me if I got shit coming up, you know, discuss it with me, and then I could just be like, okay, well, go ahead and just change that schedule then, you know, and it will change it for me. It will prioritize like my company agendas against all the other stuff that have priority and stuff like that. I'll have regular conversations about the direction, and it will sort of falsify things for me, in that it will catch things that I'm not really considering in a blind spot, and it will explain them to me, and I'm like, damn, I didn't really consider that. So yeah, I use AI for a lot of stuff. Just recently started using it, you know, in the last like couple of years, not even couple of years, last year, I would argue. I've started sampling AI. You know, my last album, Vox Luminous, had samples in it that I sampled from AI songs. So it was like I could produce an AI song and then take a sample from that and then build a beat around that. And so I was doing that. I mean, I use it for art. You know, when I'm conceptualizing an idea, it gives me the ability to sort of quickly rough an idea, and then I can send that to art and get that designed. I describe AI as a force multiplier mirror. It will reflect back at you magnitudes of what you present to it if you're creative enough. Because the people that I know who use the most AI are the most creative people I know. I can only speak for me. People can talk shit, and that's fine, but honestly, no one cares. What do you mean? Even though I go to go in this meeting, so it probably can't be too much, but man, I just really think I've found the crack the code. Yeah, I've seen that too. If you're not really that good before, like, you know, I see people who are like, AI art isn't music, and then I listen to their music and it's just like, that ain't music either, but okay, I mean, I guess. But it's human. The notion is that the worst human art is better than the best AI art, which is just categorically false. But again, all opinions, all subjective. Man, I feel like there's some spine issues here. Yep, there was. Robot Jeebus. Well, shit. I need to get into this office meeting, but I will definitely be back on a little bit later. I will leave the ship ambience. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. comm check, unsecure comms.
Ridgeline clear.
Hey, Mother Demon. Just saying hello on comms. All right. Well, big meeting of the morning out of the way, which is awesome. And then gonna hang out and eat some string cheese. Meow, meow. Oh, it was so good. I just eviscerated it. It evaporated. It was so good. I was like, man, I gotta destroy this before anybody realizes that I'm gonna destroy it. Yeah, yesterday I was having all kind of sound issues and shit. It was fucking crazy. A lot of times when I play video games, OBS just does not want to cooperate. I use this audio monitor feature, and maybe I shouldn't. It's probably a better way to do that. Oh, wow. I'm waiting for this thing to finish processing. That's why I'm sitting here, just kind of with a bored look on my face. Cause I'm just like 71%. Oh my goodness! It's watching paint dry. But I got to keep my eyes on it, because if I don't, it'll whack it tough. Much appreciated. Oh. A bit off topic, but Purpose by Tombstone hits hard. I can't believe it's been 14 years. The song always will be relevant. Yeah, well, Tombstone is... he's profound. He knew what he was doing when he wrote that song. He knew. He always knew. That's so silly. I don't think it'd be a problem because... Nope. So about the Star Trek future, I think the Star Trek future has a bit of rose tinted glasses. As much of a Trekkie as I am, I think we have to remember that the sort of utopian future of Earth came after a World War III, B, a eugenics war, and then after sort of first contact was forced on humanity by the Vulcans. It wasn't something that we sort of voluntarily did. So I think after that, humans kind of figured it out and made it to the society that we would all sort of want to live in and stuff like that. But I do always, you know, when people talk about there not being things like capitalism and things like that, it's like, yeah, in the Federation there isn't, but there's capitalism all over the Alpha Quadrant. I mean, the Ferengi do it the best, but the Romulans, the Klingon, like everybody except for, and they all reach spacefaring civilizations. So even in Star Trek, you don't need to get to that utopian future in order to be able to explore the stars. It's just idealistic that you are, which I would be for that. But again, the good guys might not win out and they might get the Enterprise and go explore the stars. So just some thoughts. It's been a long road getting from there to here. Oh, I am right along with you. I hope the best. I am rooting for the best, and I think that involves ASI. I think you would agree with me on that. But there's going to be a lot of resistance to that really good future that you and I are talking about here. What's next? Well, it's too late for that. Interesting. I wonder. That's why I watch Moonshots, because they're future optimists. Like, I don't get this feeling that they're just, rooting for the doom scenario.
All these are going to get hated.
It's easier to ask what's not because AI is not anymore a two layer. It's the control layer over design, coding, etc., etc. And to Alex's point that you made elsewhere, when you're not, the incumbents aren't competing against new software features. You're competing against compounding intelligence, and that's a hard task to take on.
Yeah. And then the question is, who owns
it's a
the
very
customer?
fast-moving target.
Yeah, and I have a shout out here because on our last podcast, Dave, you complained about the design side, and Alex, you guys talked about it, and literally the answer to that was right there. So perfect. We were
Well, I'll tell you,
prescient again.
when the iPhone came out, Steve Jobs actually was originally opposed to the App Store. He thought it was a bad idea. He hated it, and the team there talked him into it, and it became the most incredible experience for everybody. I mean, you would never have had Waze and navigation and great weather apps and all these niche apps too. Like I use the Tide app to know when the tide's coming in. None of that stuff would have ever existed if they hadn't convinced Steve this was a good idea.
Yeah.
And this is where Anthropic is right now. You're about to destroy the careers of 80% of software developers. What do you want them to do? Give us the proactive future for where are you going and what are they supposed to do with this new tool you rolled out?
Yeah.
Tell us. And that's what they need to do next.
So Claude is launching a partner program. We're in the running for that as OpenEXO. So they are actually starting to put that ISV type of structure into place.
Dave, I imagine you're going to see a lot of people come up with a business idea that they've brainstormed with Claude, and then they hit print and a pitch deck comes out, and you're going to get AI slop in terms of business and pitch decks.
We're already there.
Yeah, that's there now.
We were already there months
accelerating
ago.
rate.
Yeah. I think now you hit a button and it builds the business for you. For Alex's earlier point.
Yes,
that's
entire businesses, not just business
unlock.
plans. I think maybe we need to do a little bit of brainstorming for Anthropic here on the pod. I propose the name. We need a plan for a country of non-geniuses outside the data center.
Totally right. And I think we're in a really weird moment of time right now where if you use this tool to create a PowerPoint deck, what's the point of the PowerPoint? Like, who's going to even look at it? Oh, it's probably another AI. well, then why is it in PowerPoint in the first place?
Yeah.
But right now we're in this transition phase where a product like this makes sense. But it's only like maybe a year of human history where something like this makes sense because we're moving to this world where you just tell the AI the outcome you want, and it doesn't need a deck, and it doesn't need a Figma design in the first place. So it's an interesting transition phase, but desperately in need of leadership. And a roadmap from Dario or from Daniela would be incredibly welcome.
Hey everybody, you may not know this, but I've got an incredible research team. And every week, myself and my research team study the meta trends that are impacting.
That's such a massive sweeping opportunity that those companies will get miles ahead, hopefully create new jobs as they grow. And then the legacy guys will be very, very late to catch up and will probably get crushed in the process, actually. And that'll include some really big companies, big banks, big insurance companies. But they just won't move fast enough, and they won't see the little guy coming up. But a little guy with an effective workforce of 1 billion AIs, they're going to go very, very quickly past you, and you won't see it coming.
I have a clear lens on how this will happen.
Please.
I think what's going to happen is you're going to get this horde of startups building in an AI native mode. And the big companies will struggle to adopt because, as I've mentioned before, all our workflows in big companies are human to human. All the approval lines are human to human. And you need to be AI native, which means you completely need to redesign your workflow. Most big companies don't have the skill set or the ability to do that. So what'll happen is they'll watch the incumbents come along and then they'll start buying them because they have to in order to compete. And then they'll reverse into them that way. That's what I think happens.
Innovation on the edge.
The other thing, Salim, it's really clear, since you're in every country and every city in the world pretty much every week, as far as I can tell, Salim, the range of speed of adoption by geography is mind-bogglingly different.
It is
just crazy.
It is crazy
how far ahead San Francisco, Austin, Boston are moving at warp speed. And then you go elsewhere in the country, it's much slower. But then you go to Europe, and it's like no action at all, no reaction whatsoever.
Sublinear.
And so, yeah, very sublinear. There's a view of the world that if you think about some tribal village in the middle of Africa, and then AI comes into the world, does that tribal village even know, or does anyone care? Do you interrupt it in any way? No, it just sits there and does what it's been doing for 100 years.
Yeah.
Some of America is going to be like that too.
But of course, Dave, we have more than 8 billion handsets on the planet, and AI is, diffusing to all individuals. I told you in the last pod my story when I was in Morocco of that young man who, basically chatted with ChatGPT to come up with his own new novel career. It's going to be initiative people take.
I think people just grab the tools and start using them to improve their lives. It'll be amazing.
Well, I think, at the rate of growth that we're talking about, the people who choose to grab the tools will thrive like crazy, regardless of what happened to their old job. I'm almost positive of that now, because the rate of what it can do for you and with you is growing so much faster. And so people who kind of lament their 10 years they learned to code Python better than anyone else on the planet, and they're like, I can't let go of it, they're going to suffer for not grabbing the new paradigm. But it's, you're trapped. You're trapped by your history. But if you let it go, just like release, let it go, focus on the new, and ride the wave, there's so much value being created that you'll actually end up ahead, not behind, where you would have been.
Well, as we talk about speed of growth, Elon comes back into front view mirror, and here he is, predicting the next rollouts of Grok. So Grok 4.4 will be twice the size of 1 trillion parameters of 4.3. Will be coming out in early April. Then comes Grok 4.5, 1.5 trillion parameters. Then 4.8, 4.9, and Grok 5 he predicts to be AGI, Grok 6, ASI, Grok 7, ASI 2. I mean, this I think was like a 2 a.m. tweet
stupid.
by Elon. It's
I mean, seriously, now we're on ASI 2. We haven't even defined AGI, for God's sake. Come on.
What a fucking idiot, dog.
And how many parameters do you need? This is crazy.
The more the merrier. Actually, I love the fact that he's willing to talk about parameters, because I did an interview of Sam Altman at MIT, back in, I think it was 2020. And I said, how long till we get to 1 trillion parameters? And he said, we need to stop masturbating over parameter count. And the crowd loved that. And I was like, yeah, but I want the answer. Give me the data, man. I want the facts. And he wouldn't do it. So here we are years later. Elon's like, okay, here's our exact parameter count by model number.
I mean,
and, the IQ goes up with the parameter count. We all know that. Then you distill it back down and it gets all confusing, and Alex has to translate it for us. but it's, this is the roadmap, and he's right, and it's transparent, and it's beautiful, and it's just great he's willing to talk about it.
Alex, what's your take on this?
Maybe to chime in, I think this doesn't necessarily bode well for XAI's roadmap if they're bragging about parameter counts. I don't think this race to superintelligence, as with Moore's law ending once Dennard scaling ended in the mid-2000s and the gigahertz per processor, per CPU processor core topped out at 4 or 5 gigahertz, I think it's unlikely that we're just going to see larger and larger parameter counts on models. I think most of these weights, I've commented on this in the past, most of these weights are probably wasted on world knowledge that could be safely externalized into a database or a text file. It's doubly so if once we're able to fully resolve the attention bottleneck and our ability to expand context windows to infinity, or at least to a few billion characters or tokens. I'm not sure that we need all of this knowledge built in directly into the models. So I worry a little bit that this may signify that XAI or SpaceXAI may be running the last race and not the current race, which is focused on distillation and iterated amplification and finding, if anything, what I would have hoped from Elon's late night tweet would be a race to reduce the number of parameters at constant capability. I think a race to the bottom where we're compressing more and more capability into a smaller and smaller parameter count, so-called intelligence density. I'd love to see him bragging that XAI is going to be doubling, tripling, 10xing its intelligence density per model. And that's what we see from some of certain neo labs that are bragging about their move. You know, Dave and I like to talk about ternary quantization or even just pure binarization of models. I think there's probably some sort of breakthrough, or maybe a set of breakthroughs right around the corner that will enable us to take the capabilities of a raw, say, undistilled 10 trillion model and compress them down to maybe a few million parameter equivalents. That's what I'd like to see Elon focusing on.
So
Yeah, Alex,
totally
a
right.
question.
And I mentioned that to Elon when we were in Austin, and he was absolutely aware of it. But reading the body language, I think you're exactly right, Alex. He's aware of it, and he's probably like, why do I not have those people? why do I have that? You know, he has the hyperscaler people, the builders, the creators, and you know, to use a rough analogy, you know, he's going to launch 50 tons and then 100 tons per Starship launch. But why don't we just make the satellite smaller? You know, that would be the opposite side of that. And that's much less marketable as a, you know, like, oh, the satellite, it's half as heavy now. Like, well, that's also an equally important breakthrough. Here
Dave,
we're talking about.
Let's be fair. I mean, he is doing that. If you look at sort of the, you know, the progression of his V3 engines for Starship, they're becoming smaller. And he is the, you know, he's the king of minimize the number of components and make things more elegant. You know, Alex, a question for you. You know, is AGI also going to be a function of the amount of compute power that you have, right? And if you look at it that way, you know, if you look at it, XAI is about 2 gigawatts by the end of this year. OpenAI is at 1.2. My research is Meta is about 1 gigawatts. Anthropic and AWS together about 1 gigawatt. So, I mean, XAI is still leading in the total amount of compute power. Which puts it in some kind of a good position, don't you think?
It does, and he's the king, the god emperor, if you will, of brute forcing. So I think even if he had just said, here's the training kilowatt hours or gigawatt hours that we're going to spend on these respective models, and we saw that we're spending more and more on training, I think that would be probably a more convincing experience log curve to highlight than just the raw parameter count, which again seems like he's pointing to a trend from 2 years ago that the rest of the industry has abandoned as ineffective.
I mean, this is an intelligence meme. I mean, this is not a timeline. This is like, he gave a timeline for 4.4 through 4.5, but, you know, just saying, you know, Grok 5 is going to be AGI. And then the question I have is, if he gets to AGI, or whatever his definition of AGI, and the same thing for OpenAI and Anthropic, do they release it, or do they hold on to it and utilize it for their own science breakthroughs, their own capabilities?
I think we're going to see a lot of that, and the snide part of me wants to look at the tweet or X post that you posted through computer science language. Is it possible that he's actually defining AGI as Grok 5.0 and defining its I as 6.0? Like, if you look at those right arrows in pseudocode, that's how I read it.
Well, also, right, we're going to define AGI when Amazon invests in Anthropic. Or no,
that's right. Or OpenAI's definition, AGI is whatever it takes to produce 100 billion in revenue from it. So I think these definitions, Salim, are somewhat malleable. But I also, to Peter, taking your question seriously about whether capabilities get so advanced that ultimately the frontier labs no longer want to share them, that's already starting to happen. We saw that with Mythos, which is already being used like with a delimited set of users. It's not being shared with substantially all of Europe, other than the UK, which is no longer formally part of Europe politically. And I think we're going to see, potentially, I chat with my friends at the Frontier Labs all the time. They're expecting all of this to happen in the next couple of years.
All right, more on the Elon news. XAI launches Grok text-to-speech, targeting voice developers. So XAI just shipped a standalone speech API with a 5% error rate on phone calls versus 11 Labs at 12%. Of course, 11 Labs has been the darling and the default. It's a super competitive price at 10 cents per hour, supporting 25 languages. And, you know, here's the question. You know, is this just, you know, Elon's normal play where he basically comes in, vertical integration, price to zero, uses his real world data to dominate an area? Is he basically going to go and deliver what 11 Labs is doing? I mean, they've been the king. They're valued at $6 billion. They've been the voice AI for the last 3 or 4 years. Where do you see this going, guys?
I see this as
Well,
the
I think
exact parallel with what we saw with Claude Design. We're just going to keep having compounding capability, and they're just choosing to go after the voice thing because somebody was able to show that it was much better, and they'll just keep launching things like this.
Well, I think Elon cares tremendously about leveraging XAI, leveraging X, and winning the race to the best media experience generated. So that's image creation, video creation, voice, synthetic characters, virtual girlfriend and boyfriends. All of that he wants to win for sure because he can distribute it through X.
Yeah.
So he has that ace in the hole. So he wants that to all be dominated by XAI, and speech is just on that roadmap. I don't think 11 Labs has a lot to worry about, though. I mean, just staying ahead of that curve is just not that hard. At the end of the day, it's expanding so much. There's $1 trillion of global payroll in call centers and voice, and we've penetrated 0.0001% of it so far. So, you know, the fact that Elon is stepping on 11 Labs' toes a little bit doesn't matter. 11 Labs just keeps, keep moving forward. And it's the same thing we were saying before about Anthropic. Like, just declare what your roadmap is so people can work with you and not against you.
Dave,
but 11 Labs should be fine.
What's the guidance for entrepreneurs who are building a vertical on top of one of the frontier models, and should they be concerned about maintaining some kind of a moat that's not going to get instantly disrupted? And how do you think about that? Yeah, totally. I had a great conversation with Liz Harkavy at A16Z last week in San Fran on this exact topic, and because she thinks a lot of the Y Combinator kind of really, really young founding teams are going to get crushed. But the more mature teams that are doing any kind of enterprise distribution of any of these capabilities, they're just thriving like crazy. Or any consumer user base, that again, if you Peter, you and I talk a lot about our moms. Like, my mom has not been touched by AI in any way, shape, or form yet. She has money. Your mom has money. She'll buy things. There's massive parts of the tech economy that she would benefit from. Everything from hailing an Uber more efficiently to, should I get a Tesla as my next? All those things are conversations that our moms should be having with AI. No one has touched it yet. So it's just wide open. And so the key for an entrepreneur is think about your data moat. Do you have any kind of a flywheel effect with a data moat? And are you directly in their crosshairs, or are you doing something that they're not going to do? And the other thing is, that's a tricky one to predict because they haven't declared, but you should be fine. Just jump in. The other thing is, it's easy to build. You see some kind of capability, you see an app, you see a piece of software, you can easily replicate it. And then it's a matter, can you market it? Can you get customers, right? So I think, the differentiator of who the customer relationships you have, your reach, your brand is going to become more and more important. Do you agree with that? Well, also regulatory. So we have a company here in the lab, Vocara, that does voice AI. It's doing great, growing like crazy, great valuation. But they're doing mortgages and insurance and things that have regulatory components to them, and knowing what you can and can't do in terms of your AI quoting a price and having an accountable agent and all that detail. Like, XAI isn't going to do any of that. And so if they give you a better speech API, that just makes it easier for you to succeed as an entrepreneur. Yeah. So there's all kinds of regulatory knowledge, vertical knowledge, data moat knowledge that makes these.
Yeah, there's so much features in 11 Labs that I don't even use.
Companies sustainable. Salim, sorry, what you were about to say?
Yeah, two things that strike out to me from this. One is, if you're building a tech company and you have a tech stack, make sure that the tech stack is agnostic as to what model is underneath it, so you can swap out 11 Labs API for XAI for another ones. Because
that's smart as fuck.
We just talked about, your edge will be the differentiator you can make close to the customer, right? This is where the MTP comes in. For years, people thought Box.net and Dropbox would be toast.
He's talking about model dexterity and model agility. Like that, he's talking about some serious shit right now.
Because of OneDrive and Google Drive and iCloud, and because they were so passionate about storage and the delivering value to the customer, they thrived absolutely with everybody else. And so what I remember from my days at Yahoo is, Yahoo has a storage capability, but there's 3 people on that team, and we've got 15 people on Yahoo Finance and 15 people on Yahoo Personals, and it's never going to outperform somebody that's dedicated to that one domain full-time 100%. So people get scared of the big companies.
Brilliant.
But if you have passion and you're focused on, you are going to outperform them all the time, especially as Dave pointed out in the areas where you have regulatory issues and industry-specific knowledge and tacit knowledge that's very specific to that application or use case. That is the part that keeps you going. And then technology's swappable underneath the hood.
You know what's funny about that, Salim, is I launched my first successful 1,000 concurrent agent swarm yesterday, and I couldn't believe how easy. Well, I gave it a whole bunch of math problems to work on. I wanted to do something productive, but I didn't know how to coordinate it into building something cool. So I'll figure that out this week. Well, I did burn a lot of tokens. I used Sonnet to keep the price down a little bit. But it works. The whole infrastructure works. But it was funny about it is I can just say to Claude 4.7, switch half of these over to a different AI vendor, and it just does it. Like, wow, that's pretty funny that you're just that willing to swap. But you know what Salim said is exactly right. You need to be flexible and nimble, but it's so easy now. You know, in the old days, you had to really think ahead to plan swappable APIs. Now you literally just write one line saying swap, and it just magically works. Yeah. It's wild.
Speaking about swapping, OpenAI. Sorry.
What a perfect segue.
Wow, that's professional grade.
He was supposed to say Big Diddy, dog. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. I'm super hungry, and I've been working all morning. So what time is it? Oh shit, it's almost 3 o'clock. God damn, I didn't realize it was almost 3 o'clock. All right, well, it looks like I'm close to getting off, so I will talk to everybody later. Have a great day. I'll be on tomorrow working